Hello, welcome to today's stream. It's gonna be kind of weird, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing a little bit of Elden Ring. We're gonna be chilling a little bit, and yeah, there's so there's well, I'm not gonna say that there's like so many things, but it's like every single time that I open my recommended, sometimes I get hit with that. Okay, well, yeah, that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? But yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit that kind of bothers me, basically. But yeah, I guess before we begin the stream, it's gonna be a little bit of that, essentially. Yeah, pretty much. Man, it sucks. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, my camera for some reason. Scuff. Let's go. Of course. Okay, give me a second. I screwed up my timing. I screwed up my timing. Okay. Well, that's lovely, isn't it? That's very lovely. Man, I literally had half an hour and I did it all up until now. God damn it. I really like this scuff, actually. Okay. Let's get over here. Boom. Hello. How's it going? We're gonna be chilling a little bit. We're gonna be preparing a little bit of the stream today. So yeah, it's like every single time that I kind of like look at my recommended, there's always this kind of like nowadays there's this kind of thing where like people keep pushing this kind of thing of like age verification and everything, basically. And it's like part of me kind of thinks a little bit to me like, I mean, I don't mean to get a little bit into too many serious topics, basically, but it's like that's gonna undermine a little bit of democracy, isn't it? Right? It's like, I mean, I don't think about it too much, but it's like the problem of forcing, like, of knowing the identity in a more broad like spectrum. Basically, it's like it can basically give access to a lot of people to kind of like influence people into a specific like mindset, basically, if you think about it. I guess it's kind of like it's possible even before, right? Because there's always interests, basically, but it just kind of sounds like it's becomes a little bit easier for people to just basically influence people into a specific type of mindset a little bit, and that can be a little bit of a problem, honestly. Like I think that that's when we actually have like a lot of like loss of freedom, basically, because it's like we start seeing like these kind of swings to kind of to influence swings to basically get people on the kind of like a thinking pattern, basically. And it's like by putting too much identification of people online, basically, it's gonna force people to get more, to force people to get more identified into like a particular mindset out of fear of like being identified basically. And it's like it kind of becomes this kind of thing where like voting kind of becomes not secret basically. You know what I mean? It's like the problem of that this kind of system where people really want to ID people's identities online on every single aspect of their lives. It's that it kind of gives the people the inability for them to vote secretly, you know? Why? Because like now people can get heavily influenced or like propaganda like influenced way more easily with that kind of system a little bit. And it's like I'm not saying that every single country doesn't do that already, because like they kind of do, but even without the identification a little bit. But it's like this kind of gives it a little bit more of a swing to be like, yeah, it just gives more power to more people to give more swings, I guess, basically. And I feel like that can be a little bit of a problem specifically because like, yeah, it's like identifying people can like make people specifically target more people out of like a bigger circle, right? And it can like put enough social pressure onto one specific individual so that so if that person influences a lot of people, they can influence that circle of people into a more favorable like wave of like thought basically. And it's like that, like in my opinion, that sounds a little bit less democratic, you know. Well, how do I put it? Like, yeah, you're eliminating freedom for the sake of common thought, but that common thought can basically undermine people's mental health a little bit too much, and it can basically make them go into like a specific direction that they don't really want to, but they kind of have to because now they are ID'd online basically. And it's like in that shape of mind, that's more of a direction where like there's more people that are going to be forced into taking uh, a specific stance out of fear of being like pulled out of the group and just being told like, okay, this is what you're supposed to do basically, which is kind of like, yeah, no, I mean, it kind of undermines freedom a little bit in my honest opinion. And it's like, yeah, like the argument is always about like, oh yeah, safety for young people basically. But like, if I'm completely honest with you, if we see the world how it was, the internet seems like a safer place. Like, honestly, well, I'm not gonna say that the internet is the safest place, basically, because it isn't. But the internet looks way more safer of a space than the outside if the outside is on fire 24/7, basically. You know what I mean? It's this kind of thing where like that argument of like, oh yeah, we gotta protect the youth so that they don't go too crazy and they don't go into cycles that harm them or whatever. It's like, sure, but have you looked outside in the recent era? Basically, it's like I'm not gonna say that forcing people outside it's necessarily a good thing, because like specifically it's because the internet can be a bunker for people for when there's critical like things happening basically. And I'll give you an example basically. It's like if you think about it in one way or another basically, women are a little bit more free to express themselves because of an online setting, because they can say their voice about something if there's the safety of the internet so that they can express it themselves, right? If they can have that safety, they don't have to go outside and be on harm's way basically, right? and that is kind of a big thing specifically in that terms of like fairness when it comes. I'm not gonna say equality because like equality is kind of like a kind of a weird thing, but I'm gonna say fairness because like if women get a little bit of more of a fair say to say in what they want in the community, basically through this kind of methodology of like this kind of space where they can actually say what they actually think, it becomes this kind of thing where we're like, I mean, it's a safer environment for women for them to actually say that instead of just going outside and being like physically overpowered because again like they're because of nature basically, right? So it's kind of like this kind of thing where like I kind of sat down a little bit thinking about it, and it's like, yeah, it's like this kind of thing about ID, basically, you know, this ID thing. It's a little bit of yeah, no, it's like the more that I think about it in a more rational sense, basically, the more holes I see into this kind of problem, basically. Because like again, it just kind of undermines the voices of people and it kind of forces them to be on the same page. But sometimes that forceful nudge can make them cause like a little bit of a mental health type of crisis, basically. It's like I don't know about you, but like forcing a mental health crisis onto people, it's really it's like really harmful in my honest opinion, basically, because it kind of forces people to make terrible things, basically, right? It's kind of this thing where like the lack of freedom is forcing people to do terrible things just because of the inner frustrations that they have inside of their minds, basically. And it's like that's like in my honest opinion, that's the biggest problem that I see with this kind of like new setting about like, oh yeah, everybody needs to be identified online and so on and so on. And it's like the more that I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, like for elections, if we give the possibility for people to identify people online, right? For elections, that's gonna be like a huge kind of thing because it's gonna be like a 24/7 eternal fight in your house where you're supposed to be rested and feeling safe, and it's gonna be a battlefield even when you're resting, specifically because people now know who you are, and because people now know who you are, basically, if we force that upon every single individual on this fucking planet, basically, you're just going to force a perpetual state of aggression towards people, basically. And it's like, don't get me wrong, it's like there's advantages because it's kind of like, okay, yeah, well, I'm kind of guarding you so that the other person guards you and the other person guards you, and because we everybody know who really they are online, we can guard everybody, right? But it's kind of like at the same time, okay, guarding how, right? Because it's like, okay, well, there's this guy guarding me, but he has like I don't know how to put it. He owns a lot of I don't know. He's a owner of a shopping conglomerate, basically, right? I was like, okay, he owns that. I was like, okay, have the money to to pay other people to influence you so that you are on my side, basically. I was like, okay, yeah, that's cool, but I go to my shopping center over there in the B district. I was like, no, 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 no. Like, you don't get it, okay? You don't actually get it, right? Because like you're undermining the safety of our economy, okay? So because of that, I'm going to influence people so that you have no choice but to go to the shopping like district A, basically, and that you can only shop from shopping district A. And it's like it kind of forces this kind of idea where it's like, okay, yeah, but like if we do that, we were basically saying we don't like competition. Basically, that's kind of like that's kind of what that system is kind of forcing onto other people. It's kind of saying, hey, yeah, that's cool. I don't care. We have like 1,000 like guards guarding you, but they kind of have to guard you in a specific direction so that you only shop on District A, basically. And it's like, okay, yeah, but like District A has terrible cucumbers, and it's like I really want the pickled cucumber that is in District B. Okay, so if I can go there, so there can be competition, that'd be great. And it's like, no, fuck you. No, you have to shop this, and it's like that's kind of like the biggest problem that I see with this kind of like online ID kind of thing. Like it really is a fucking headache, dude. Like that's the only problem. And I'm not saying that even without the system, these things would happen. Like I'm not saying that, but it's like it's way more likely to happen if you have literally a system to identify people online through ID, basically. And then it becomes kind of this kind of thing where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, this person who is in District B, right? We sent a bunch of propaganda onto his side so that District B is the only he's only voting for Party A, right? I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? And if he doesn't, if he doesn't vote for District A, we know who he is because he's not anonymous online anymore. And it's like, because everybody knows that he voted for District A. Well, yeah, like I'm sorry, but like democracy cannot happen after that. Basically, well, how do I put it? Like the democratic voting system becomes kind of like North Korea, basically, where it's just like, oh yeah, hello, thank you for supporting the Democratic Party. Where if you don't vote for us, you're fucking screwed. That's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like the biggest problem that I see with this kind of like system of like, oh yeah, it's for the safety of the young ones. Whereas when it's just like, yeah, but like you're just making it easier for people to kind of like peer pressure other people into voting for a specific type of thing, basically, because now everybody knows you. And let me tell you something, from an influencer perspective, it doesn't sound that bad, but it's like for the common person that doesn't really need that kind of thing where they need to be influenced by the outside 24/7. It's like, yeah, no, it's, well, having a social presence outside 24/7, right? It's like it just becomes this kind of thing where like it just becomes a headache, basically. It just becomes a headache for the magic for the mass public for no fucking reason, basically, right? It's like, yeah, there's that argument that it's like, oh yeah, but it's for the safety of the kids so that they can actually have a safe place where they can play around. So because of that, we kind of need to like force people to kind of like go outside under the age of 16, and it's like, okay, yeah, but but at the same time, it's like, have you looked outside? Have you looked outside in the last like 20 years? It's been on fire for plenty of reasons because of people trying new stuff, basically, right? So it's like removing that kind of bunker out of people, basically, it kind of forces people to just be like, to just put the youth on danger, basically, on physical real danger, basically, instead of like, I mean, and I'm not gonna say that, oh, it's psychological danger, it's going to undermine the people, the psyche of the young ones. Okay, yeah, but have you thought that maybe it's way worse to physically damage them, leave permanent damage to them in a physical manner? That's way more possible outside than inside. Like, I'm just gonna say it like that, basically. And it's like, it's not gonna, and that psychological damage cannot happen outside because it can totally happen outside as well. So that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's like, to some degree, I kind of like think about it as a kind of like under like this kind of like agenda of pushing like IDs into people, basically. Like it's just going to force like propaganda waves that are way more strict and harsh so that they lean towards a specific type of person, basically. And it's like that's kind of like a big problem, honestly. That's a problem of like removing anonymity a little bit. And I'm not gonna say that there's like plenty of rich people that can that can actually figure out who you are even without ID. Like, yeah, that totally makes sense. Like, people who are incredibly rich, they can figure out who you are without actually having an ID of you. Like, that's kind of the thing, right? Now multiply that by the thousands, right? And it's like, yeah, well, that's going to be a bigger headache. Actually, I think that that's just going to be a bigger headache specifically. So yeah, it's like it's a little bit of a trade-off. Basically, it's like you can say that in a geographical manner, people are willing to influence you a little bit more so that you lean towards something specific, but they do it a little bit subconscious. Well, they do it without actually telling you, and because there's a system that identifies you through ID. Now there's even more people who can identify you specifically, and it's like that's like, I don't know about you, but I don't really want my neighbor to know that I whack myself off with like with like animated coochie, basically. You know what I mean? It's like I don't want that, basically. You know? So like I don't want to deal with my neighbors like 24/7 judging me over like the shit that I kind of like enjoy doing or the video games that I like playing, you know? Like, it's such a fucking headache, dude. Like yeah, no, like that's kind of like the big problem, basically. And it's like, I'm not saying that rich people cannot do that without the ID, because they totally can. But yeah, it's a little bit of a problem when everybody can do it. Basically, it's a little bit of a problem where everybody can kind of push your buttons, because everybody has a possibility of having some kind of like identification system being put into place. That's like, to some degree, is like, okay, yeah, but only authorized people are allowed to handle this kind of information. Yeah, but that's more people who know who you are, basically. That's more people who can lead influence towards you, so that you can take a critical decision, basically, based on people socializing, basically. And it's like, there's one thing that I've kind of learned from this is one thing that I've learned from experience, basically, that it's like, just because an idea is on the masses, basically, it doesn't mean that it's a right thing, you know? It's like, we can make an entire month about a specific small group and make it a trend and be like, okay, yeah, this is totally fine, and make it a like, I don't know how to put it, make it a like a holiday of some sort. But it's like, whenever it gets taken a little bit too far and people take it for granted and they're like, oh no, this is okay, well, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, well, I don't think that's a great thing. No, just because the collective is saying something is okay doesn't mean that it's okay, basically. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want like men and women to be shaking their fucking like their naked bodies onto the public for no reason and say that it's a parade and of something, you know? And it's kind of like this kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, well, not again, it comes down to this kind of idea where it's just like, just because it's kind of like like a common thing doesn't mean that it's okay, right? It's kind of the same thing that I said about like the hormone treatments, about that kind of thing, and specifically targeting people who just don't really have enough experience to know what's actually happening in life, that they take that drastic decision when they're really young. It kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, in the public aspect of things, that's a terrible thing, honestly. Like, and it was getting accepted as something common, basically, and people were like, no, this is okay, this is normal, right? Like, like, yeah, young people can decide who, how what kind of person they want to be and identify, and even go through like irreparable damage to their own bodies. And it's like, okay, sure, but and it's like it was accepted on the public, right? So because that was accepted into the common public, we really cannot expect, right? We really cannot expect that this kind of system where it's like, oh, everybody knows what everybody's doing and everybody's thinking, is kind of like the right thing to do, because it kind of makes it easier for whenever there's something really terrible happening to keep happening, basically. And it kind of makes the system be less malleable for repair. And the only way that you can actually repair it is if we go actually into fucking combat, in actual physical combat with other people, where we actually fight for the freedom and get a bunch of deaths onto that kind of thing, basically. So that's kind of like my main problem with this kind of idea of like identifying everybody online. Basically, it's just like, people are gonna say that it's for the young ones, but it's just gonna force adults to basically police each other. And one thing that we know for sure, basically, is like, just because another person can police you doesn't really mean that they're on the right, basically. Doesn't mean that they're the right person for the job. It just can mean that they are policing you because they can, right? And if they can police you, it can basically undermine your freedom to take a choice. It can undermine the possibility of you creating your own business, basically. Because if the other person can prevent you from actually building your own business because they are supporting business A, it just becomes this kind of anti-competitive system, because again, everybody knows who everybody is on the internet, and now everybody can so peer pressure you into never actually doing a business. They can peer pressure into you into just never studying. They can peer pressure you into not being competitive. And it's kind of, that's kind of like the big issue that I see with this kind of system of like, oh yeah, yeah, like we do it for the safety of the young ones. And it's like, I think that like education at home really should fall into the parents. Like, I'm not gonna say that my generation it's filled with a bunch of dipshits who really don't want to educate their own people, but it kind of feels like my generation is filled with dipshits who don't want to educate their own people, and they would rather leave them with an iPad instead of actually educating them. And because of that, they kind of blame the internet, that they kind of have to make everything safe, when in reality, the ones who should be parenting are the parents, you know? So it's kind of like, yeah, no, it just becomes this kind of thing where we're like iPad kids, right? Are not, it's not their fault that they're iPad kids. They're the people who are the problem are the retarded parents who leave their kids with an iPad, like 5-year-old, 4-year-old people, like kids being left on an iPad to their own luck, basically. You know what I mean? It's like, it just becomes this kind of thing where like, I just don't think that, I mean, that their government is doing something incredibly fucking retarded just because the common man just doesn't want to educate their own kids anymore, basically. You know what I mean? It's like, it just makes sense, basically. Specifically, and it's like, again, it's like, just because we want to protect the young ones, we have to destroy our own democracy, destroy our local like competitive system, make an influence circle so that people peer pressure you into anything, basically, and make everybody like a public figure, so that everybody is forced to have a public statement about everything. And because everybody needs to have a public statement about everything, everybody is going to be in a constant state of like fight, basically. And if everybody's in a constant state of fight, it's like it can be a good thing a little bit, but it's like whenever you're at your house watching random content on the internet, do you really want to be on a state of fight every single time that you're browsing through the internet? It's like, let me tell you something, that's really fucking uncomfortable. Like, it really fucking is. And it's like, for me, I have no choice because I'm kind of like a streamer in some shape or form, right? But it's like, yeah, it's like for everybody to go through the same thing, it can be a little bit of a problem, basically. Yeah. But so, if anything, the only thing that I would actually recommend, basically, instead of making this ID system kind of thing, it would be like have like internet literacy courses in school rather than actually motherfucking have a system where like where everybody's identified through ID and everybody can make a militia out of everything. Like, I think that that's a more sensible thing. Is like, okay, the parents are going to be fucking stupid into parenting their own parents. Okay, then maybe in school they should be kids should be educated so that they don't actually deal with this kind of behavior until they're old enough to actually like go and socialize with actual people, basically. Right? Like, to me, that makes more sense than making a system that basically potentially destroys like economic competitiveness, voting power, and freedom. Basically, it's like it doesn't make sense. You know, it really doesn't make any fucking sense. So yeah, that's kind of on the note where I want to leave it. It's just like the argument keeps being told that it's like, oh yeah, safety, 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 but okay. Right. So people can point at you and say, it's safe that you never you know what? For me, it is safe that you never make a business, right? Because if you never make a business, my business will be forever safe, right? And if my business is forever safe, we're good. If you have business and if you have my business, then that's a problem, right? And if that's a problem, then I don't know, you have to be eliminated through competition or something, basically, right? But it's like it's kind of like anti-competitive, basically. These kind of ideas, these kind of logistic ideas, they are anti-competitive, anti-secure, anti-information security, and I don't know, it can bring a lot of trouble, basically, onto people, basically, when they really don't need to. But yeah, it's like, what I do agree though is that perhaps we really do need a different type of educational system so that they can actually, so that the younger generations can actually learn how to deal with people online, basically. You know, it's like it kind of makes sense now, doesn't it? It's like school has always been the place where people just learn about the world, right? And it's like the modern world is different now. Like, it really is different from 10 years ago. It is 5 years ago it was different. 10 years ago it was different. 20 years ago it was really fucking different. 30 years ago, let's not even go there. It's like it just the one thing that is kind of inside of my mind that keeps pushing this idea that that um that this ID system is forcing, the logic behind it doesn't really make logistical sense on the end goal, basically. Like, it really doesn't, if you think about it. So yeah, I don't know specifically. It can be, it's like it can, like if anything, I do agree that in schools there needs to be some education about online, like, how do I put it? Maybe online etiquette, basically, on school. Personally speaking, I personally speaking, I do think that in schools there should be like ethic, like some kind of like some kind of like understand like code of education so that young people can handle themselves a little bit easier online, right? Instead of forcing this kind of ID kind of like before we do ID systems that are highly intrusive, let's make the educational systems that prepare the young ones into dealing with the real world, basically. You know what I mean? I think that that's kind of like a better solution than the argument that is being put out the window, basically. So yeah, and again, it's like I don't know. I don't really know what else do we really want to force onto other people, basically, because like yeah, no, it's like a lot of people like I think that the argument is also to be like, oh yeah, we let's do it so that so we know who we should socialize with and we don't emotionally depend on foreigners to get our emotional health on check, right? And it's like makes sense a little bit, like it makes sense a little bit but not entirely, because like I think that even in your own country, there's always going to be reasons for emotional distress. You know, even in your own country with their own people, there's always going to be fights. There's always going to be infight, right? And because there's always going to be infighting, it doesn't mean that it's like it can be even more harmful for you because you are dealing with a person constantly, right? It's like it can like if you think about it, dealing with people up front with locally will create problems for you locally, right? And if they're gonna create problems for you locally, right? Do you really want to deal with your entire life with more problems that are going to be put onto you when you can actually have like a little bit of a, I don't know, variety or something? It's like, yeah, it can be a little bit of a hassle to kind of like force problems locally instead of like something that can be like handled outside, basically, you know. And another thing that I kind of thought about basically a little bit, it's just like diplomacy a little bit. It's just like it just makes sense to be a little bit diplomat, like have a constant connection of diplomacy with people from other countries, because that way we can actually have like more possibilities for trade, more trade opportunities, rather than just having a local market that is self-destructing themselves constantly because I fucking hate you and I don't want to deal with you, basically. And it's like, again, it comes back to this kind of idea where it's like, okay, if we educate kids so that whenever the time comes that they can be released into the online sphere, they can actually like they are a little bit more prepared to know what to do whenever the situation like comes around, basically, right? It's like, yeah, in some sense, it's like it's just like we should expect that the parents of the postmodern era are fucking stupid. Basically, we should expect, if they're giving their kid an iPad, we should expect it. Just because we should expect it, we shouldn't make an entire system that destroys any chance of competition out of the table. We really shouldn't. We really fucking should, in my honest opinion. But yeah, anyway, I think I got my point across. Like, really, yeah. Anyway, let's play a little bit of game. Oh shit. Okay, cool. Uh, uh, uh. So yeah, it's like it's not gonna make a lot of difference in my honest opinion, but it's just like, but yeah, well, yeah, it is going to make a huge difference in some aspects, and it's like I think the idea is to promote local trade or local social bondings a little bit. Like I think that's the idea, but it's just like, I mean, yeah, creating local problems for local aspects can also not be a great thing in my honest opinion. Basically, not always the greatest thing. Okay, let's see. Man, I really didn't find like anything, any kind of like taking spot on that zone specifically. Where should I go? Hmm. Maybe I should go over here. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Uh, wait. What was it? Okay. Yeah, this zone over here. Knight's Cow. Oh yeah, I forgot about you. Okay, wait. Okay, god damn it. So yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like voting becomes way less secret, I think, with this kind of ID system. And it's like that's the one thing that is kind of on the back of my mind whenever I think about all this system. A little bit, yeah. Okay, where the fuck is the Night Cavalry? What did I do? Wait, what? Oh, what is this? Ruin fragment. Okay, cool. Bohaha. And that's kind of the thing about, like, privacy a little bit, right? Like, specifically whenever you remove privacy features out of your lifestyle, basically, right? It's like, for me as a streamer, it becomes a little bit more difficult to, you know, have a little bit more privacy. Like, it's a little bit difficult by the sole fact that I'm streaming publicly. But even so, even me as a streamer, I do need some level of privacy, basically. Like, I think that it can become kind of becomes a little bit necessary. And the biggest problem that I see with this kind of thing, were like, with like business decisions, is like, do you really want to tell your competitor that you're going to want to, like, I don't know, make a targeted campaign to get, like, I don't know, some kind of like demographic into buying into your own product? And it's like, I don't think that's a good thing, actually. You know, it's like, I don't think that's great. And even if you do if you remove that privacy and it's on favor of your own company a little bit, even if you do that, the biggest problem that I see with that kind of system a little bit is just like, yeah, well, now suddenly competitors are like suddenly competitors cannot offer a better service because, like, they've been kicked out of the system due to the fact that everybody knows what everybody else is doing at the same time, always online, basically. So it's like, if someone is investigating how to make a business specifically, and everybody in the internet knows that they want to make a business, well, the competitors, it's also gonna know that you want to make a business. And it's like, is the competitor going to sell you ideas that don't work specifically? It's like, well, yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's like, I think this kind of like this system that is really trying to be being pushed forward. Oh crap, okay. It kind of like leans more towards that side of things a little bit. Yellow Ember. And it's like a little bit of the problem as well. It's just that, you know, like, technocrats have a little bit, have a lot to say in this kind of system. Like, that's the biggest problem that I see with this type of like world a little bit. And it's like, again, it's like, there's not only one technocrat, there's multiple technocrats, basically. And again, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where like, yeah, I mean, if one can basically make every single other one go up in flames, it can be a little bit of a problem, if I'm completely honest with you. Like, it really can create a lot of issues when everybody knows exactly what you're doing, basically. And again, it's like, okay, yeah, there's safety. There's some level of safety for everybody to know that what you're doing, basically, you know, right? It's like, yeah, it's absolutely safe. We know what you're doing, and we know that you're doing it on the right direction, that it's gonna favor everybody. Okay. But what if I don't actually, you know? What if I don't really want to like benefit my competitor, basically? right? What if I don't? So yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. And it's like, I think the main conversation over why this thing has happened, it's because of local economies of certain countries, basically, right? It's like the UK, Australia, US, Mexico, Canada, basically. It's like, oh, Japan, Korea, a little bit. It's like, yeah, to some level, there's some desire to like stop this kind of like global dependency a little bit, right? Or should I say, how do I put it? It's like the main reason that I see that cultural like differences can cause like a lot of trouble, basically, is basically the undermining of like how do I put it? How do I put it? It's the destruction of lifestyles in particular, right? And the possibilities of your competitors to potentially destroy your lifestyle and replacing it for a lifestyle that is not necessarily something that you really want to live with, basically. And I totally get it, because it's like, dude, if you told me that I had to watch football 24/7, I'd be like fucking pissed, basically. I'd be like, yeah, no, like, okay, I can tolerate a little bit of like football a little bit, right? But not too much, not always. Like I'd go crazy if I had to look at like football or soccer matches like every Tuesday. I'd go crazy, honestly. So again, it's kind of like this kind of thing where we're like, yeah, I feel like we should all enjoy the things that we like, and we shouldn't be forced to like certain things, basically. And because of that, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's like, but also at the same time, I don't think that we should be forced out of the things that we really enjoy, basically. And it's like the only reasons why sometimes we force ourselves out of the things that we actually enjoy, it's because of like social issues, basically. Not because we dislike the things that we like, not because we suddenly dislike the things that we dislike, but because there's always like this kind of there's always going to be depression onto the minds of people. There's always going to be self-hatred. There's always going to be like questioning your own self-confidence. There's always going to be like moments where that kind of undermine your mental health a little bit. There's always going to be like that whenever there's like whenever a relationship goes through like trouble. Again, it's like if you have some kind of relationship with anybody, that's kind of a given, basically, for bad things to happen at some point, basically. Well, how do I put it? It's kind of a given that conflict is going to happen at some point in your life with somebody who you're socializing with constantly. Like, it's almost guaranteed that that's going to happen. Now, because it's almost guaranteed that it's going to happen, the possibility of somebody's mental health going down and like going through like I don't know how to put it, like a mental health crisis, doesn't mean that you should remove everything that they like, basically. And it's like, yeah, maybe they're going through a rough time, but it's like, the more that you remove the things that they like, the more how do I put it? The more self-destructive their mental health will be, and the more trouble that's gonna cause, basically. So, in some shape or form, it's a little bit of it can be a little bit troublesome to kind of like to basically I don't know how to put it. Like, it can be basically it can cause like a lot of unneeded stress, basically. To kind of like continue on this self-destructive type of idea, basically. Oh, ouch. Okay. The Flame of Frenzy. Sacred Tear. Okay, cool. So yeah, again, it's this kind of thing where, like, specifically, like, depending on, like, I get why countries have this idea that they really need to depend less on their emotional health from other countries. Like, I get it a little bit, basically. Or other cultures. Like, I totally get it. But the reality is, like, we really do depend on each other's mental health a little bit. Like, and it's kind of this thing where, like, how do I put it? Just because you break up with your ex doesn't mean that you're gonna be fine after you break up with them. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you broke up with your ex, but that dependency is still there, basically. It just doesn't fade away. And it's like, again, it's like, I think that there's international trade always, right? You're always trading for, like, gas, you're always trading for like, petrol, for, like, I don't know, food, for services, for like games, software, anything really. You're always looking for that kind of thing. So, and again, it's like, and that kind of brings peace to the region, basically. So this is the biggest problem that I see with these type of attitudes that a lot of people are taking nowadays. That it's just like, okay, yeah, well, I don't want to depend on you. Fuck you, screw you, go fuck yourself. It's like, okay, understandable, really, but it's like, if we're completely honest, there's always going to be, like, fallouts from people, basically, from time to time, you know? And because there's always going to be fallouts, it's kind of expected that oh wait, give me a second. Okay. Like, it's kind of a given that you're gonna run into trouble whenever something that you depended on for so long is gone there. Really. It's like, in some shape or form, you're going to want something similar, basically. So yeah, again, it's that kind of thing a little bit. Also, another thing that I kind of think that this is the reason why our countries kind of went under a little bit. Like, I'm not gonna say it, but you already know what that reason is, and it's basically, I think that the problem is the glorification of women, actually. Like, I think that the glorification of women has made it so difficult for people to have like a stable argument, basically, with a stable logical argument over what is really needed. That because we glorified women for a little bit too long, a lot of women have gotten away with like really terrible, shitty things, basically. A lot of like emotional manipulation, basically. And because of that, a lot of our cultures have gone to shit because of that, basically. I'm not saying that women don't need freedoms, they totally do. But the problem is that there has been some women who have abused their power for a little bit too long, to the point that their abuse is harming the mental health of everyday people, really. And again, it's because of their abuse, right? So if anything, because there has been abuse caused by certain women, we really need to put a break onto women who are intentionally harming the mental health of men as much as possible, basically. Like, I think it kind of becomes kind of clear where like, I think a lot of women have been given a free pass because they're women, basically, where if harming the emotional health of a guy is kind of like like if you think about it, society has made it easy for a woman to emotionally abuse a man constantly. It has made it so fucking easy. And the reason why that is because, like, a lot of men were like, yeah, no, I want to be the white knight in shining armor, and I want to stand out with other women, when in reality it's like, yeah, you're setting up for trouble eventually if you keep doing that as well. So yeah, it's, if anything, it shows that that Western culture needs to restructure and needs to rethink what like what kind of freedoms a woman is really allowed to have. Because, like, if a woman is free to emotionally manipulate guys without any kind of consequence, then we are looking at the illness right there, basically. We're looking at the origin of the destruction of our own cultures, basically. So if anything, it's just like, if a woman emotionally manipulates a man, it should have the same weight as a man emotionally manipulating a woman, basically. It should have the same weight. And the only reasons why we don't do that, it's because we glorify women who are interested in male-centered hobbies, basically. Like, it's a glorification of, like, if we really do think about it, there's some level of glorification. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh shit. Okay, awesome. Fuck me, dude. What the shit is that? Okay, awesome. Like, if we really do think about it, really, society prides itself in the glorification of women without any kind of logical debate about what a woman has done, basically. Because, again, it's like, men tend to overestimate the value of a woman just because she's a woman, basically. Especially if she's attractive as well. It's like, if a woman is really fucking attractive, you're gonna let it slide, basically. And it's kind of like the same thing with guys sometimes. A little bit less, actually. Like, if we're actually a little bit real in social issues, a highly attractive woman has more power, more power in her vocals rather than an attractive man, basically. If we're actually being, like, honest about it a little bit. And because of it, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, okay, well, do we really need to kind of... Do we really need to, like, teach people how to socially interact with each other outside of the outside of the internet? And it's like, yeah, that's very possible. I feel like that's probably very necessary in some shape or form. And again, it becomes this kind of thing of, like, education a little bit. And here's the thing, is like, if we actually do think about it, it's like influencing people is not looked badly upon, basically. It's like, it's just something normal. It's just something normal that happens to people. They really like influencing other people, and that's just what it is, really. But again, it's like, a woman can influence somebody to make a guy look like the worst piece of shit the world has ever seen, and still be on top because she's attractive or she's quirky or something. And it's like, when a guy does it, nothing happens. Nothing. They're still gonna favor the woman because she has more value due to the condition that she's standing in sometimes from time to time, basically. It's like, what is more valuable in certain societies? An otaku man or an otaku woman? And it's like, well, an otaku woman sometimes. That's kind of the thing a little bit. Like, if we're completely honest, if we're absolutely honest about everything, it's like, because of the sheer nature of men spoiling women, even growing up, the likelihood of a woman taking more free decisions and more, how do I put it? More unhinged decisions become very clear, basically. Like, without any kind of consequences. Like, a girl can go in school and socially demoralize a guy, and people will laugh about it, and they'll be like, hey, like, this girl, like, humiliated this guy, dude. And because that happened, well, I'm gonna follow the girl now. Instead of you, who is the loser who got insulted by the pretty looking girl, basically. I was like, that's real, specifically. Nobody penalizes it. Nobody gives a like, nobody fucking, like, how do I put it? Nobody really, like, bats an eye on that kind of thing a little bit. And that's kind of the thing a little bit with, like, society a little bit. And the reason why I think society has gone a little bit under is because the reason why society has gone a little bit under is due to that, the glorification of women. Not the equalization, but the glorification of women. Like, I'm sorry to say it, but I think that is a little bit too real. And here's the biggest, like, problem that I see with this kind of glorification, really. I'll give you an example. I don't want to, if it resembles reality a little bit too much, I'm sorry about it. But it's like, when you as a guy basically tell a girl, it's okay for you to have tattoos, dye your hair a different color, and scream very loudly because you're very attractive, it kind of shows that the people surrounding that girl, they're just saying things that the girl wants to hear, basically. Like, I'm not gonna, like, it's the kind of person who just wants to get inside of your pants to tell you, hey, you can dress up as ugly and be as obnoxious as possible as long as you give me a little bit of attention, attractive girl. It's like, yeah, you can tattoo yourself a fucking like a fucking kitty on the side of your arm, even although that you look like a fucking idiot, and people will still praise you because you're attractive. It's like again, maybe it's a matter of preference, but that's kind of I think that's kind of the problem that we're looking at, basically, right? It's like there are guys who get ugly tattoos all the time, right? And it's like, you know why they get it? Because it's a dare, right? It's like there's this guy who got a bunch of tattoos that were kind of a bad kind of thing, and he did it for content, basically. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, he did it for content. Hee ha ha, funny guy, did anything for attention. I mean, a little bit insecure, sure, but like he did it for attention a little bit. I was like, okay, cool. But we would be lying if we said that he didn't look like an idiot, basically. Like, I don't think that people are gonna glorify somebody who did something to look like an idiot. I mean, for the bit or for content, basically. It's like, yeah, maybe he did it for content and it's kind of like hilarious, but it's like, do you think that they're gonna respect somebody who drew a fucking penis on the side of his skin? Like, somebody drew a penis and tattooed it onto his skin, and people are gonna respect him because he has a penis tattooed to his skin? It's like, not really. I don't think that people are gonna respect that. They just think that it's hilarious, but they're not gonna respect that specifically. It's kind of the same thing with like girls. It's like there are men who are desperate enough that they're willing to tell a girl that it's okay to be as obnoxious as possible, that it's okay to be as loud as possible, it's okay to piss off as many people as possible, just because you're attractive. It's okay to become a picture book where you have drawings of like hearts all over the place, and you can call yourself like a pretty lady with like a lot of character, when in reality you look like a fucking insecure piece of shit that is just looking for attention from weak-spirited men who have no idea how to flirt with women. What the fuck are you, actually? Oh, he's aggro. And again, it's like everybody feels is insecure a little bit in their life. Like, I think that's normal, right? But problem is, like, I think that there were too many insecure people in the world to kind of like get trampled by anything that has any resemblance of beauty, basically. Demi-human queen staff and a crystal burst. Interesting. Any kind of crystal tears? Anything? So yeah, again, it's just I think the reason why that is just because like oh shit. Oh, what the fuck is that bullshit? Okay. That's like, again, like the reason why that is because I think okay, give me a second. I mean, I'm not gonna say it like it is, but the pandemic basically forced normies into the internet sphere. And because it forced normies into the internet sphere, now we have to deal with fucking pieces of shit who have no idea what they're talking about. Basically, a little bit. And it's like, just because they're in a relatively new space, basically, they're kind of acting like they own the place, when in reality they're the most inexperienced when it comes to like social interaction, sometimes a little bit. Really. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna take that stance a little bit because fuck you. That's kind of what I'm gonna take, basically. But yeah, it's like specifically, like yeah, the older generations who joined the internet a little bit later, basically, they're showing their position, basically. It's like, again, it's because kind of shows that they lack a little bit of experience on how to socialize in certain contexts, or they know a little bit too much how to deal with people in social contexts, to the point that they can manipulate other people into saying stupid shit, basically. So yeah, it's a little bit of disparity between people who are too experienced and people who are not experienced enough, and them having the upper hand on how to handle situations specifically. So yeah, it's a little bit of both, I think. But yeah. The fuck is this shit? Morn Tunnel. Okay. What is that? Okay. Wait, I'm gonna... Okay, what is this? Smithing stone. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. What now? Okay, there. Okay, there. All right. Guess we can... So yeah, I do think that it's a little bit of both, basically. Pretty much, basically. So here's kind of the thing a little bit as well. It's yeah, again, it's like the reasons why IDs kind of like became kind of a thing when it came to this kind of space. Also, like, I can almost guarantee it that there was a lot of women influence on top of it. Like, I can almost fucking guarantee it that there's a woman behind it as well. Again, it's and again, it kind of makes sense, really. It kind of makes sense, but undermining the anonymity of voting rights, it can be like a big issue in my honest opinion. Can be a big issue. What the fuck are you made of? Okay, whatever the fuck that was, well, smithing stone. Yeah, sure. Oh my fucking god. Do I need like a heavier weapon or something? Okay, dude. And if you think about it, like, I don't really want to be misogynistic, but I'm just going to say it how it is on the psychological perspective, right? Whenever you try something new and it's really enjoyable, you tend to favor that because it's new and it's fresh, basically. That's why there's like a lot of campaigns of like, oh hey, we got the first female president in this country. Wow, would you look at that? That's fresh and new or whatever. But it's like, it's a psychological thing for you to assume that because it's a woman, it's kind of new and it's kind of like a sign of the waves of change or something. But that's kind of the thing a little bit. It's like, just because it's new doesn't mean that it's the most reasonable, right? Just the same way that just because you're a guy, you're reasonable. It doesn't really mean that. It just means that that woman is responsible. That woman has to be responsible enough to handle situations that carry a lot of weight. And if she cannot handle it, it should be the same way as a guy failing to carry that responsibility accordingly, right? So that's kind of the thing a little bit when it came to like a lot of these social movements that were like, oh hey, respect everything that a woman has to say. It's like, okay, I respect it, and I can tell you that some women were absolute fucking idiots, basically. Like, just because you're a woman doesn't mean that you're a genius, right? Just because you're the first woman to do something doesn't mean that you're a genius. It's like, you can be the first woman to actually be the dumbest piece of shit the world has ever seen. I was like, just because you're and it's like, again, not every woman is very bright. Not every woman is capable of everything. Some women are gonna be capable of certain things, really. And it's like, not every woman is the same way, basically. So again, it's like we kind of have to give credit where credit is due. And if a woman is being absolutely fucking idiotic, we kind of have to call it out and say, you're being stupid, basically. You're being stupid, you miss a couple of brain cells. I think you're done. I think you don't really know what you're talking about. And if you do, and if you do think that you know what you're talking about, you're not being the most reasonable about it. So again, I think that's kind of the thing a little bit. I think a little bit of like old education is a little bit colliding with a new one. And because of it, we kind of have to be a little bit more respectful over what a woman is capable of. But we also need to be respectful over individuals altogether to kind of understand that there are women who are unable to do the job that they've been given. And the only reason that they've been given a job is because they're women sometimes. Because of the old teachings of how to treat women, basically. And I can already tell what the future is going to say, basically, at some point. In the future, there's going to be a woman who is going to find archives of a very heroic woman that sacrificed her life for whatever she believed on, basically, and she's going to get glorified as a martyr. When in reality, that woman will probably killed like a bunch of people. She potentially got her own country in distress, or like. Or maybe even almost destroy their entire culture just because she wanted to be a female president at some point, basically. And it's like, that's kind of the thing a little bit. We kind of have to be a little bit more rational about the individuals who are grabbing power, basically. And if a woman who is an individual took power because they're capable of taking power, the moment that a woman brings up the fact that they're women, it's a clear flag that they are a little bit too full of themselves and they're not understanding what their job actually means, right? So on that flag, we can totally determine that there are some women who are too obsessed of being the first women to do something that they don't actually think what they're saying, the implications of the risks that they kind of produced, and the destruction that will be left whenever everything is done after they put hands on them, basically. So due to that fact, we really cannot glorify women in that sense. We can't. Whenever a woman of power glorifies women a little bit too much, stop them on their tracks and tell them, okay, you're getting a little bit too ahead of yourself. Remember what your job is, actually. A a guy that has a position of power shouldn't be sucking their own dick on public. The same way that a woman shouldn't be fucking stroking her vagina all over the public the same way. Right? So again, it's that kind of thing a little bit. So yeah, again, it's kind of a red flag basically whenever a girl does that. Smithing stone. So yeah, if anything, the only thing that I kind of have left in my brain is, dude, I cannot wait for the first woman to be crucified on the modern century, on the postmodern era. Like, I cannot wait until that happens. Like, really? Who's gonna volunteer? Women of the world, since you want to be the first women at everything, who wants to be the first crucified woman on 2026, basically? Who wants to be the one? Okay, step it up. Basically. Oh my fucking god, not this shit again. Okay, cool. I am out of... Why the fuck am I out of Estus already? What the shit? Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Do your thing. What is this? Exalted flesh. What the fuck is that even? Somber smithing stone. Okay. Ouch. Okay, whatever. So yeah, again, it's like there's always this kind of propaganda being spread around about like, hey, women can do everything a man can do, and it's like, okay, let's talk about individuals, okay? Let's talk about individuals for a second. Let's stop talking about what women can do. Let's talk about what an individual can do. then you'll have my respect. If you keep spewing shit about what a woman can and cannot do, I'm never going to respect you. I'm gonna assume that you're a fucking idiot. And just because you have a vagina doesn't mean that you're exempt from me calling you a fucking idiot, okay? Okay, so got it? Okay, good. Okay, yeah, well... what the shit? What this shit? Okay, cool. So yeah, like it's weird specifically. It's I think that's kind of the problem a little bit. In my honest opinion. And again, it's not like it's not about harming people. It's about getting individuals straight on the roles that they decide to take in, basically, right? If an individual is going to take a role in specific, they better focus on doing that role properly, right? They better fucking focus on that instead of like other things. Okay, anyway. Okay, I'm just gonna crouch. See what else is there. Soft cotton. Shining stone. Okay. the shit is this, actually? Lumber, smithing stone. What the okay, yeah, it's a fight. Okay, I rust and anchor. That was kind of easy. I guess. Turn to entrance. No. This is where I came from, right? Or is it? Nah, kind of looks like it. Yeah, let's see. Oh. Pretty sure there was something else. I don't know. So yeah, it can be a little bit difficult, in my honest opinion. A little bit. Oh, this is the place, I think. Nope. Hey. Okay, cool. Yep. Pretty much. Something. But yeah, if anything, the only thing that I'm thinking basically is just like there needs to be a better method to create figures of authority, more figures of like, I don't want to say figures of authority, but should I say there has to be a better way for people to distribute the power a little bit locally rather than actually thinking about about the anonymizing like people basically. In my honest opinion, that's the biggest problem basically. It's just there needs to be a better way to distribute power than this kind of shit again. Oh, is this shit again? Is it the same? Kind of looks like it a little bit. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Oh wait, I can get another flask. Let's see. Okay, cool. Hey, awesome. Of course. Hello. Okay, well, I'm blind as fuck. What the hell do I do now? Okay, don't I have a torch? Oh, hello. What is this? Glowstone. Cookity. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure that I have inventory. Yeah, let's see. Break dragonfly head. some perspectives. Reese's memory slots. Wait. Oh yeah, I'm fat rolling. Okay, wait. Equipment. Okay, yeah, well, there's only one thing to do. Okay. Are you ready for what? Okay. Cave moss. Oh, hello. Golden rune. More moss. I feel like I just went around in circles. Probably. Where the fuck did I go? Silver firefly. That looks like something. Rune bear. Oh my fucking god, of course. Of fucking course, dude. Motherfuckers, dude. Wow, wow. All the way over here. Oh shit. Wait. What is this? Pickled turtleneck. All that for a fucking turtleneck? What the shit does that even mean, dude? That's some bullshit. Okay, dude. Awesome. That is awesome indeed. Oh my fucking god, of course. God fucking damn it, dude. So yeah, like, if anything, the only thing that I'm thinking a little bit, basically, is just like, yeah, maybe like locally there should be like more systems to like allow people to like, I don't know, have a little bit more understanding how to make, like, promote a little bit better the way that people can produce businesses a little bit. But it's just, it's just like in its own way, it can be very difficult whenever there's not enough people willing to like put themselves out there a little bit and to make the social compromise, basically. So yeah. Especially when when sometimes there's like I've seen some kind of programs basically where they kind of like try to loan you money a little bit, and it's like, don't get me wrong, that literally kind of forces you to kind of have like yeah, it literally forces you to have that kind of social compromise a little bit, but like it doesn't necessarily is the greatest thing to kind of like loan money for to create businesses. Like the best thing to do specifically is just be like, okay, you get hired by somebody, okay, you work a little bit, and then after that it's just kind of like, okay, cool, I got my own money, I don't have to depend on somebody breathing down my neck, I can actually do whatever the fuck I want with it. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing a little bit. Oh my fucking auto course. But yeah, it's like, it's very difficult to like socially commit. Okay, like here's kind of the thing a little bit. It's from time to time it becomes very difficult to socially commit to something when sometimes locally there's not enough resources for you to even commit, basically. Like that's kind of like the biggest problem that I see. That's why sometimes it becomes very difficult to kind of like do anything. God fucking damn it, dude. It was so dead. That sucks a little bit. That fucking sucks, dude. Yeah, it's kind of like privacy is such a difficult topic nowadays. A little bit. It low key is a difficult topic because if you think about it, like specifically, wealthy people will have the most privacy. Like specifically, if you actually do think about it like that, wealthy people will have the most privacy out of everybody. Not even if something goes through in those aspects, specifically because the excuse will always be, well, I need privacy for me to commit to expand my business, basically. So implementing this kind of idea doesn't really benefit competition at all. Like with this idea, with or without it, it doesn't really fucking matter. The rich person will always be ahead, basically, and the poor person always loses in this kind of scenario. Okay, finally. Spelldrake Talisman. Okay, cool. Awesome. So yeah, the only excuse that I can actually think of a little bit, it's just basically like, because every single citizens of our own countries can be a business owner, they need they need a good amount of privacy so that other entities cannot really dictate what kind of movement they are to take in order for them to have make a better business decision for their own for their own for their own growth, basically. So that's kind of the thing a little bit. Like I'm not gonna lie to you. Wealthy people will always find a way to break other people's privacy because there's competition. So because of that, it just doesn't really make it really doesn't make a lot of sense to put more barriers on top of it, so more people can break your private. I mean, like literally, if you think about it, like this kind of system of like IDs is to break your privacy even more easily, right? So because of it, it doesn't like the only thing that this is gonna do is potentially just eliminating any kind of chance of having us any kind of like any chance of creating small businesses to enrich the life of a particular geographical region, basically. So because of that, it kind of doesn't make sense to kind of make this move in particular as well, because you're kind of like leaning towards kind of a world where there's less possibilities of enriching our lives in smaller in like smaller circles basically, and you're kind of forcing people to kind of like go into already established like businesses that have been already been made, and in some shape or form that will inevitably destroy the possibility of enriching our lives basically. Like forcing people to go into one side alone is going to destroy everything basically. It's going to destroy competition, it's going to destroy economical like growth, it's going to stagnate every single aspect of life basically. And it's like the excuse can be like to defend a little bit of the excuse can be to defend the integrity of the region that you're a part of. Like that can be the excuse a little bit, but that just kind of that kind of just screams monopoly a little bit. It low-key screams monopoly a little bit, yeah. Yeah. So like again, it's like government IDs are like a total like like they're necessary, right? But you don't really need to put them on every single thing that you do, specifically if you're potentially making a business. I mean, yeah, you cannot do basically, but like even if you're kind of like on a, how do I put it, in a market research type of setting basically, like I think it just doesn't make sense to put your name out there when you're doing that kind of research. It's like, okay, well, suddenly your country has been hacked by another country, so now they know that you're planning to create kind of like I don't know, they know now that well, lower level entities now know that you are going to you're going to try to compete with them, and because of that they're gonna try to like undermine your ability to maneuver even in your own country basically. So yeah, again, it just doesn't make more sense to create more databases so that people can undermine the possibility of you creating new entities for you to like enrich your life basically. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense to me at least. Okay, well, like it really doesn't. Okay. Okay, that's the place probably. Okay. The Mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. Oh, Manika, Queen Eternal, he's your unwanted child. Okay, cool. Pilgrimage. Cool, I guess. Sacred Tear. Okay, can I buff my healing again? Hopefully. Flasks. Yeah. Okay. Talk to Melina.
Spoken echoes linger here. Words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you.
I'm interested.
Marika's own words. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed. Return to the lands between. Wage war. And brandish the Elden Ring. Grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Okay, cool. Can I level up?
Turn your runes to strength. Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Probably a little bit of dexterity, sure. Cool. Cool. Okay. Gilded iron shield. Yeah. Bloody grease. Okay. Human bone shard. Interesting, I guess. Okay. But yeah, like, I think that's kind of the biggest problem that I see a little bit. It's just that we need, like, more people getting into the technological sphere, but making products themselves a little bit. Actually, if you think about it, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? But it's like, again, it's like we need that, but at the same time, we need people to create social bonds themselves a little bit, so that the economy doesn't depend on loans provided by banks specifically. Because like here's the biggest problem that I actually see specifically. It's like the loans that certain banks like kind of give you specifically, you can say that they have no social strings attached, basically. But the only thing that they care about is, well, you can say that, but the reality is kind of different a little bit. Because if you think about it, like if you take a loan from a bank, you're kind of like having some level of social bonds with the bank itself a little bit, in order for you to kind of like deliver to the bank the like any kind of like how do I put it, any kind of gained like wealth, basically, to some level. And again, the only way that you can actually do it is if you actually... Oh, what the fuck? What the shit is this? Okay. Page garb. Okay, cool. Treasure chest ahead. Fucking liar. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is like like the world that we live in makes it so difficult. I mean, makes it so easy to have commitment issues once you understand that you're borrowing money from people in particular, right? It's like once you kind of understand that there's a necessity to forge a social bond with people, it kind of becomes kind of key to actually know the social circle that you're being supported by, basically, and what their interests are. Because like sometimes when you work under a social circle in particular, you kind of discover that sometimes they're exactly against everything that you kind of want in life. And when you discover that, it becomes very difficult to kind of like even work to obtain wealth, basically. Like it becomes like a psychological block, basically, to continue this kind of trend to grow, basically. Winged Scythe. So yeah, it's kind of like a psychological block whenever you work for things that are completely against everything that you want, basically. So yeah, like I think that's kind of like the key point when it comes to like a little bit of the internet. Like the internet has made it very difficult to be on the same page a little bit because of hyper personalization. And again, it's like this personalization is kind of necessary, basically, to kind of have like a good quality of life, really. Like it's not too terrible, but it can be terrible whenever certain trends kind of like damage you. Divine fortification, okay. Yeah, like that's kind of the problem, I think. need one of those. Like, it's very difficult to be on the same page sometimes, basically, with the amount of possibilities that the world can offer to you a little bit. And sometimes the world doesn't offer you anything. Sometimes it offers you a little bit too much. And yeah, it can be a little bit of a problem. Like, one way or the other, it can be a little bit of a problem, really. What's your deal, huh? Okay, it does do something. What is happening? Okay, that did something. Cool, I guess. What now? Okay. Maybe from here? Oh, here. Okay. A random ass moving building, I guess. Examine remains. With the remembrance duplication menu, you can duplicate remembrances you've previously acquired. Duplications can only be performed once per mausoleum. Okay, so I can replicate one. Interesting. So what the fuck does that even mean, actually? Incantation. Wait, so what does this do? Remembrance to duplicate. What the fuck is that remembrance then? What do I do with that information? Like, literally, what the fuck do I do with that information? What is this? Okay. Guess that's something. In that direction. Cool. What the? Where's your head? So no head? Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, teleports behind you. I get it. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, what now? Okay, now that's another secret tier. Secret tier? Hair? Okay, cool. I guess. Okay, so that's that. Why the fuck are there like a bunch of zombies at the beach? Is this like social commentary or something? Are Elden Ring like developers anti-Riaju's or something? Which I mean, Riaju, sorry, fuck, okay. Do they think that beach, like beach himbos are like fucking like deplorable or something? Is that what it means? Jeez. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Fucking. I totally get it. Yeah, sure. I guess staying indoors is the way to go, huh? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, totally. Fuck. Fucking zombies. Okay, it replenishes way too much now. Ow. Okay, yeah. Crab. A mushroom. Interesting, I guess. Why is it always liar? Necessary item ahead. Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever you say. Okay, okay, so probably I should go over here, right? Okay, what is this place? Hello, hello, little Santa's elf. How are you doing?
It's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
Purchase a lantern attached to weights to eliminate. This would have been useful, like hours ago. Okay. I also you sell stone sword keys. Interesting. A Swyhander. Used to duplicate Ashes of War. Okay. Cool. Man, you... I should have, like, motherfucking, like, seen you elsewhere or something. Like a long fucking time ago. Actually, wait. Enhances guard counters, final hit of chain attacks, charge attacks, jump attacks. Magical damage negation. Maybe that's cool. Mimic's Veil. Uses FP to mimic nearby object. Uses FP to temporarily... okay. Temporarily reduces fall damage sound, okay. Is that attached? Doesn't feel like it. Okay, so I'm guessing that that's where it's supposed to go. Okay. guess. Equipment. Okay, guess a lantern. Okay, cool. Also, yeah, I guess I can summon that. I need FP. What the fuck? I guess I can do it. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so I got the stone sword key. I guess I need to get like a bunch of runes now. Just to kind of get even more stuff. Wait, no, this is not the place. Also have a talk to you. Hello. Oh, there it is, the tower. Finally, I can return to our home, bathed in rays of gold. Okay, sure. But yeah, I guess it's kind of like that specifically. Like, you know that what's kind of the problem a little bit as well. Like the problem a little bit is that people who lived too long on the internet have always expected for things to never happen. Because again, the internet is the internet, so when it does happen, it seems kind of strange actually, you know? It's kind of a little bit strange, it's confusing even. Oh, oh yeah, look at that. Okay, cool. What the fuck are you even?
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
Ouch. Man, this is some kinky shit. Yeah, like literally, this is some kinky shit if I've ever seen it.
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
Did they cut her ears? Kind of looks like it. Her ears are gone. Uh, can I free you? Do I put you out of your misery? What the fuck do I do? Ambush shard. Okay. Sorcerer Selene.
Temporary. Your savagery achieves nothing.
Okay. Cool. Ow. I mean, she seemed to be in a lot of pain, so I don't know what the fuck. What the fuck that did, actually. Okay. What the shit is this bullshit? Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. Yeah, from the Statue of Marika, wherever the fuck that is. Oh no, I'm poisoned. Whatever shall I do? Okay, a dragonfly head, nice. Whatever that does. Pow. Man. Jump. 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 I'm guessing that was the only thing that was there, maybe? Sorcerer Selene. I feel like there has to be something that I can do to kind of like liberate her or something. If she's still alive. If she's dead, then I don't know. If she's permanently dead, I don't know what to do. I guess GG's, I guess. Okay, so... Okay, what is this? Another boss fight? Randomly? Ancient Hero of Samor. Okay. Ow. Okay, well, doesn't seem that difficult, but yeah. Okay, let's do the statue, I guess. Um, okay, there we go. Yeah, and that frozen buff is gonna cost this guy so much actually. Uh, God fucking damn it, dude. That fucking sucks. Okay. Of course. Motherfucker. I guess. This really fucking sucks, man. This really fucking sucks a little bit. Man. God fucking damn it. Okay. Awesome, yeah. Oh, come on. Statue of Marika. Marika statue. Marika. Marika? Marika. Okay, dude. Why does he spin too much? Okay. Man, I need to get like, what is it called? I need to get Like maybe some better armor or something? I don't know. Uh... Uh, uh, okay, dude. Okay, all right. I'm starting to hate this boss a little bit, but also because like I feel like I've accustomed myself to this dagger so much that it's just like it's kind of like easy mode a little bit. Which again, let me see if I can try another weapon. I need strength. Same thing over here. Oh, Faith 24. Well, shit. I guess that's something. Intelligence 10. Wooden great shield. Okay. fuck my life, I guess. Ah! Okay. Oh my, of course, yeah. Ah, of course. God fucking damn it, dude. Yep, basically. Fuck this game in particular, dude. Like, literally, fuck this game. Fuck this game in particular, man. Dude, what? It was 2 swings that time. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I only had like 500 runes. It's like whatever. Oh my fuck. Free. Okay. Okay, after this I have to figure out how I need to progress the game besides like me ticking around doing whatever, dude. Like I really don't know. Okay. Oh, come on, dude. Okay, it should have been like 1-2 and get out. Oh my fucking god. Okay, cool. That was my bad. That was my fucking bad, dude. God fucking damn it, dude. Do, 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 do. Oh my fucking god, of course. Okay, this is it. This is it. This is it. Okay, cool. Awesome. Radagon's Scar Seal. What the fuck is a Scar Seal? Hello, my name is hello, what's up, guys? It's Scar Seal here, and today I'm gonna report about like my fucking frozen boy of whatever the fuck, and a beloved YouTuber is apparently he has become homeless because like he spent so much money on OnlyFans, and now he needs to he needs to hit the he needs to go into the mines to earn some money or some fucking bullshit. I don't know. Okay, well, how much did I get out of that? How many runes did I get out of that? Also, let me check. What the hell did I get? Okay. Raises attributes, but also increases damage taken. Oh, yeah. Enhances jump attacks. Okay, sure. Hello, donkey. Hello, donkey. How are you doing?
Back already. Unusual fella, aren't we? Did this aged merchant have something that caught your eye?
Obviously. One of these, both of these little pieces of shit, actually. Okay, cool. They seem to be plenty important, actually, for some reason. Note imparting knowledge in brief. Okay, what the fuck does that even say? Okay, equipment. Inventory. To stop the mausoleum's stride, you'll need to clean up around its feet first. I already fucking knew that! That was wasted 600 souls or runes for no fucking reason. Okay, yeah, thanks for that, asshole. I really needed that, or whatever. Okay, yeah, well, sure. What the fuck? Okay, cool. Is that a cavalry unit? I think it is. Okay. I'm in good direction, it seems. Or maybe not. Who knows? Oh shit, okay. Hello. Okay, yeah, I'm in the right track, I think. Okay, well. Okay, yeah, do your thing, do your thing. Are you gonna be able to hit me now? Probably not. Okay. The Tower of Return. Eternal Return, even. Which, by the way, I've been thinking about playing Eternal Return, but I don't know if I should, honestly. Like, seems kind of a weird game, honestly. Really seems like a weird game. I don't know how to feel about it. What the shit is happening to me? Okay, I guess I got sent to the Shadow Realm. I found Grandpappy's ashes, and now I'm... Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck did I go? What is this shit? Why is there a bunch of statues of saints with swords and bullshit? If I go down there, will I become a saint of some sort? I hope I do, because like at that point, I can be canonized as the biggest asshole the world has ever seen, or whatever the fuck. I don't know. That'd be interesting. Maybe. Who knows? Why? Because reasons. Who knows? Okay, okay, so this is a place with giants, but of course. Ow. Okay, time out. I need to change my weapon. Okay, okay, this is broadsword. Oh, what the fuck? I said time out! When I say time out, you fucking wait. You do not one-shot me in one hit, like with your big stick or something. That's not what you do, actually. That's a little bit rude, not gonna lie, a little bit. Okay, let's see. Bloodhound's Fang. Okay, a forked hatchet. Dexterity, C. Okay, this is the only weapon that kind of looks like it can work against this piece of shit. Something, bees and the Yeager. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba. Ba ba da ba ba da ba da. Ba ba da ba 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 da. Ow! Okay, yeah, well, I love Titans. Yeah, Titans are like the reason of my existence or whatever. Yeah, I like Titans so much. I would like a Titan woman to like swallow me up with her second mouth after she sits on me or whatever. That'd be swell, actually. Probably that'd be real swell. And let's go with. Since I'm dying in one hit anyway, I might as well go for it. Might as well. Oh, get him in the crotch! Ow. Okay, get him in the crotch. Of course. Of course. Wait, are you gonna fall off? How much health does this motherfucker have? Ow. Dude, what the fuck is that? Okay, yeah. Suddenly, I really hate Titans or whatever. Suddenly, I really hate them. Whatever the fucking means, I guess. Whatever that. I mean, he's a semi-Titan or something. Okay, wait. Okay, so I have that. Can I really not summon this thing? I guess I can. Well, sucks to suck, I guess. Of course. Do I even care about killing this thing? I don't feel like I do. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just avoid it or something. Maybe I just do. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna explore around and see if I need to like fight it or avoid it. Oh, I cannot even mount up. Okay, that's good news, I guess. Examine. Cannot be used now. Oh, so I do have to kill the fucker. Okay, no, that's great, actually. That's great. So, basically, I'm stuck trying to kill this fucker until... Oh, and he decides to follow me. Okay, no, that's overkill. That's a little bit overkill, mister. Do you really need to rub it all over my dead body? Cool. Okay. Ow. Okay. Okay, please can you fall off? Or don't. I guess I don't care. I don't care. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's get on with it. Of course. Okay, that's a little bit awkward. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit awkward. Okay, can you get off the corner, please? That'd be great, actually. Yeah. I cannot whistle. I cannot whistle, baby. Whistle, baby. Touch my crotch. Okay, yeah. Okay, there we go. Come on, baby. Let me give you the 1-2, actually. Or you can do that. Oh, what the fuck is that? Okay, yeah, sure. Totally get it. Understandable. No, that's great, actually. Okay, get over here, please. I don't want to fight over the edge. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Okay, I have to kill him on this set of attacks. Okay, casual dragon breath. Fuck's sake! Okay, he's gonna do this thing. Yeah, of course. But of course, he's gonna do his thing. Okay, can you drop? Okay, thank you. Okay, there we go. Golem's halberd. I'll take it. Sure, why not? Cannot be used now still. You don't have the right. Well, I guess, I mean, but I have the left. What the fuck do you mean that can't be used now? What does that even mean? Okay, whatever, I guess. Unless there's something here. Less due talisman. Raise the tarnished. Unless I need this thing to activate that thing. Nope. What the okay, inventory, what is this? Slowly restores HP. This needs 36 strength. Insane amount of like stats into one weapon, I guess. Okay, so if that is a thing, I guess we can take that with me, I guess. Oh, that is the slowest motherfucking HP recovery I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, it's something, I guess, really, but... I don't know, did I do all that for that? I guess I did, huh? Okay. Is he gonna respawn? I guess not. Okay, so what I'm gathering is I need some kind of something special to activate that. The Divine Bridge. Where the fuck is this? Oh, all the way over there. Well, okay, that's something. Okay, well, I guess I should go back over here. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, since I can't use it, might as well. Okay. Ow. Wah, wah, wah. Okay, well, I guess that was something. Golden rune. Golden rune. Golden rune. Okay, so yeah, the cemetery is always a good place for the golden runes, apparently. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Motherfucking alpha wolf over here. Okay, awesome. Okay, cool. I guess. Boom. 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 So yeah, I've been thinking about like playing other, like right now what I want to focus is like drawing a little bit, yeah, I guess, just to see if I can get something out of it. Well, I'm always gonna get something out of it, definitely, but like also in some sense, like if I can get something out of it and I can purchase more shit, well, that's gonna be great, actually. So, I mean, that'd be great, actually, like, potentially, but it just kind of means that I'm gonna have to practice consistently, which, I mean, yeah, probably like a good thing to practice consistently every once in a while, like probably like 2 days a week. That sounds fair. Mushroom. Why the fuck is there a oh, okay, I guess he got dried out by a woman, presumably. Dude, like unironically, okay, I'm gonna go back back there for a second, okay? So all there was in this like little like chair, oh wait, okay, cool, was a dried up guy. If only it had a mushroom. Still no hole. Yeah, it's like, if anything, either the guy got sucked off so much that he became like a dried dude, because like I don't know, he got the greatest suck of all time, or he just was just left hanging, which is kind of tragic a little bit. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems it could be one or the other. Okay, that's great. That was a nice kill for me, I guess. Behold, castle. I see. Okay, awesome. Dragonfly, random dragonfly. Okay. What are you, a fucking Spyro? A Spyro fan or something? Okay. Oh, dude, this weapon is awesome. Okay, this weapon is no longer awesome. The fuck? What the fuck is that? Okay, yeah, no. Okay, good, cool. Oh my fucking god. But of course. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay, can you bleed already? Okay, he's not gonna bleed. Okay, there we go. Land octopus ovary. Yeah, that's the thing. Gold firefly. Okay, so now there's silver fireflies and gold fireflies. What the fuck does that even mean? Actually. Okay, awesome. Okay, okay, Firefly. Come on, well, come over here, bitch. Come over here. Okay, finally. Okay, why is the ground on fire? Okay, so but a bunch of smoldering dragonflies and like whatever the fuck, I guess. And some goblins. Okay. Something chained onto me in my adolescent dreams. Do not disturb the goblin slayer, or it will burn when you pee or something. Something like that, maybe. Okay. Hey, who the fuck is playing their mixtape? Get out of here! Okay, who the fuck is playing their mixtape? Okay, how the fuck do I get down there? Okay, cool. Okay, fucker. You gotta take it to you get to appear in Nosferatu, the remake. Here's some sunlight. Okay, awesome. Oh, you're an enemy. Okay. Ow. Is this my people? Is this literally my fucking people? Okay, more than vampires, they look like motherfucking, like... They look like harpies, if anything. A sliver of meat. I killed the singer and all I got was a sliver of meat. Wow. What a great reward, I guess. Amazing, even. Cool. Okay, awesome. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, so we got an air tree. Okay, what the fuck do we do here? Okay. Thanks for the poison, asshole. Awesome. Let me guess, there's gonna be a boss fight right here. Hello! Ow. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of the same as the other one, isn't it? It probably is. Fuck me, I guess. Okay, there's a statue of Marika. Or Marika. Marika? Maroon? The maroon note! I shall play the maroon note for you, and you shall bathe in its beauty. Or something. I don't know. But, okay, cool. Cool. Wait, I have enough souls for a level up, I think. Wait, I think that this weapon is useless against this thing. Ow. Okay, yeah. Of course. Of course that I die to a motherfucking base, dude. Of course that I do. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, dude. Okay, where's this shit? Oh, it's right there. Don't tell me that he's on top of my runes. He is. Okay, I got the runes, but died right there as well. So, okay, I'm gonna try using the dagger one more time. If I don't get to bleed, I'm gonna assume that this thing doesn't bleed or something. I'm just gonna assume that it doesn't bleed. Okay, it does take a lot of damage from that, though. Like 200 and something from, like 100 and something from 2 swings. It's kind of a okay amount of damage from ranged damage, I guess. Okay, cool. Ooh. Ouch. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna assume that this thing doesn't bleed, so. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, dude. Machine gun Mike over here. Magic machine, the triple M, the magic machine gun Mike. Fuck this dude. What the shit is that? Fuck this game and the tree pussy. Literally. Literally, fuck it. Fuck it with your fingernails, fuck it with your arms, fuck it with your fist and make it squared every time. Okay, fuck you, okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. It's still doing way more damage, I think. Okay, well... God fucking damn it, I guess. Hardened foes. Okay. Or maybe this is kind of like a strike type of guy, you know? Ow. Of course. Actually, let me try the axe. If the axe doesn't work... I mean, the axe has to work, right? It's literally a fucking tree. It's literally a fucking tree at this point, right? Kinda has to. Kinda has to work, this piece of shit. Okay. Iron Cleaver. Okay. Okay, let's see. Does this work? Okay. Oh shit, my runes. What happened to my runes? Where are they? Where are my runes? What the fuck happened to my runes? Do I have to play RuneScape to get my runes? I don't know. Oh, there they are. Oh, this is super effective. Who would have thought that using an axe against a tree would work? If only that logic applied to Pokemon. Oh shit. No! Okay, dude. Okay. Well, I almost killed it though. I almost fucking killed it. So you know what? Yeah, actually, you know what always confused me? You know, it's like the logic of Pokemon. It's literally like, hey, fire against grass. Makes sense, right? Okay. Scissors are made out of steel. Steel cuts grass very easily. Why isn't steel good against grass? I will never get it. Like, literally. Of course. Well, damn, I guess this fucking sucks. Oh, wait. I should probably wrap up stream right now. I probably should. Okay, yeah, probably. I probably should wrap up stream. God damn, dude. I hope my runes are still there. When I get back, basically. But yeah, it's like, I guess to finish up this stream, it's just like, like a lot of shit still doesn't make sense, and I can already see the bullshit that we're gonna face in the future. Honestly, it's like in the future, like you know what's the funny part about implementing new systems is that they're not no system is human proof, basically. You know, it's like no system is completely human proof. So because of that reason, it just makes sense to give possibility to people to kind of like have more chances to do things, basically. And it's like if rich people basically get away with anything, regardless of what system that gets implemented, you might as well just implement a system that doesn't fuck up the common person a little bit more, basically. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of my 2 cents where I want to leave the stream of today. Basically, it's just doesn't make a lot of like yeah. I don't know. Like there's benefits, sure, but I don't think that the benefits are gonna outweigh are gonna tackle the real problem, which is probably gonna be like probably the newest generation really needs to be educated to handle the internet a little bit better. And having schools educate people sounds kind of like a sensible thing to do, I think. It's like if their parents are gonna be fucking stupid to leave them with a fucking iPad, like from the moment that they come out of the womb, like at that point it's kind of the parents' fault, and it's not society's fault. It's the parents' fault, really. You know, and it's like, yeah, no, like if anything, I'd be like, yeah, no, in order for you to get like some kind of like, in order for you to kind of like survive in the modern world, you kind of need to you kind of need a little bit of training on how to handle people in real life and online, basically, because they are 2 completely different kind of like codes of behavior in some shape or form. So yeah, because of that, it's just I just think that people really need to stop like putting like a huge umbrella of like a huge solution for a small problem that probably needs to tackle in a very like a very you basically need like a surgical fix for that kind of problem. I think like you need a surgical fix. Having a problem that potentially ruins the future economical growth of societies doesn't make a lot of fucking sense, if I'm honest with you. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. So yeah. Anyway, on that note, I'm gonna wrap it up. Thanks so much for watching. If you did, I really appreciate you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably gonna do something different. Who knows, really? So I'll see you then. Have a good one, everybody. Goodbye. Also, if you're gonna watch football, at least gotta get some goddamn pizza or something. It's better that way.